The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 28, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, we're having a public media summit in our nation's capital with representatives from independent television stations from across the country. 13 years ago, the prospects were not particularly encouraging. We've just had a takeover in the House of Representatives with people intent on reducing government spending, and public media was in the crosshairs. Today, 13 years later, the federal funding is still flowing at record levels to America's public broadcasters. We noted the retirement of the head of America's public television stations, Pat Butler, who helped guide us through these difficult times. Congress has enacted a new infrastructure investment program for public media, nearly 3 times as large as the one it replaced. When COVID struck, the economy imploded. Congress provided $250 million in emergency financial assistance to America's public media. And our partnership for public radio and television includes our state governments as well, who will commit a record $365 million to support public media. There are hundreds of advocates who will hit Capitol Hill to share the strong, positive message of public broadcasting. In a way, this should be the easiest of lobbying assignments. Public broadcasting is the most trusted name in media. 180 million people watch or listen to it every week. The Senate passed the appropriation out of committee 24-2 at a funding level overwhelmingly approved last spring by Congress with the agreement with the president to avert a shutdown. It included 149 Republicans. The benefits are powerful and almost universally supported. And it's not just news, but most point out that PBS and NPR is where even the critics go when they need to know what is actually going on. Part of our challenge now is that there are a handful of people who are holding the budget hostage, which is unfortunate because there is overwhelming support in the House and the Senate if we're able to see our way clear. It's perplexing because funding for public media is overwhelmingly supported by rural and small-town America. There's always going to be public broadcasting in New York or San Francisco, Boston, or even Portland, Oregon. But there will not be as much, and the program won't be as good, but it'll be there. But that's not the case for rural and small-town America. In the mountain states, in the rural Midwest, in Alaska. That's why the late Republican Dean of the House, Don Young, was such a fierce champion for public broadcasting in his state and nationally. He knew that it was more important in rural America, where there are fewer choices and it's more expensive. Federal support was critical. News, entertainment, culture. Think of where we'd be during COVID without the public educational component. It's also increasingly important for public safety. The network supplied by public broadcasting is the emergency communications for natural disaster, for efforts in terms of fires, floods. It is a system that we depend upon, and it is public broadcasting that provides the backbone. People literally depend on it for their lives. Let's hope, as the visitors from the public television stations visit Capitol Hill, meeting with our staff, providing this information, that people are receptive, because this is an opportunity for us in a bipartisan basis to strengthen the ability of Americans to be able to learn, to be able to promote culture and education and public safety. It is the best bargain for the taxpayer dollar, and I hope that we will be supportive. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
So recognized.
Madam Speaker, last week, President Biden announced a plan to cancel $1.2 billion in federal student loans for 150,000 borrowers. As Americans, we've always followed a simple rule. If you take out a loan, you pay back the loan. It's time to call a spade a spade. This student loan scam isn't forgiveness. It's an election year handout to President Biden's far-left voters to transfer debt to the American taxpayer. This gimmick transfers the burden of the loans from the students who took the loans onto every American taxpayer. Repaying these loans certainly has no personal benefit to 87% of taxpayers who don't have student loans and to the 100 million Americans who never attended college. This program takes advantage of Americans who are already struggling to support their families under the weight of President Biden's inflation. It is time to send a message to President Biden and his administration that we cannot allow hard-working Americans who have kept their word and repaid their personal loans to be ripped off by yet another pandering scheme to the far left. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Rare Disease Week. Right now, more than 25 million Americans and their loved ones are impacted by over 7,000 conditions which are classified as rare diseases. More than 600 drugs have been developed to combat these illnesses and ultimately save lives. Now, because of President Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act, the environment that has allowed these treatments to develop is being threatened. This week, I'm proud to be working alongside my colleagues to advance bipartisan legislation, the Orphan Cures Act, which would expand the orphan drug exemption for medicines with multiple indications involving rare disease and cancers. It's critical that Congress acts to support research and development into treatments and therapies that address rare diseases and further work to ensure that patients have access to the care and to the treatment that they need. As we recognize, including pediatric cancers and diseases like cystic fibrosis, classified as rare, but they are not rare to the families and the patients who are suffering with them. Let's commit to working together to ensure that every patient, regardless of the rarity of the condition, receives the support, the care, and the treatment that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember and celebrate the life of Larry McCoban, of Bettendorf, Iowa. Larry's remarkable work in the Quad Cities was transformative. Over the years, Larry was president of the Bettendorf JCs and the Bettendorf Chamber of Commerce, where he served for many years as an ambassador. He was also a member of the Bettendorf and Quad City Morning Optimist Clubs, the Bettendorf Kiwanis Club, and Larry served as the district chairman for the Boy Scouts of America. His unwavering dedication, leadership, and passion for excellence set a standard that will continue to inspire us all. As we reflect on Larry's achievements, his military service, and his service to our community, let us remember the positive influence he had on those around him. I'd like to offer my deepest condolences to Larry's wife, Carolyn, and to his family during this difficult time. May we honor Larry by carrying forward his spirit of resilience, creativity, and commitment to making a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the extraordinary achievements of Zach Bott, a winemaker at Fireside Winery in Marengo and Ackerman Winery in Amana, for being named the 2024 Iowa Wine Growers Association Winemaker of the Year. In a region known for its rich agricultural history, Zach's dedication and passion for winemaking have truly set him apart. Zach Bott has not only mastered the art of winemaking, but has also become a symbol of excellence in the industry. His commitment to producing high-quality wine reflects the spirit of innovation and hard work that defines Iowa's winemaking industry. Congratulations, Zach Bott, on this well-deserved honor. May your success inspire a new generation of winemakers and continue to elevate Iowa's presence in the world of wines. Cheers. I rise today to celebrate Beth Getz, who recently was named the permanent athletics director for the University of Iowa. She is now the first woman to oversee the university's entire athletics program since Christine Grant led the then separate women's athletic department from 1973 to 2000. Beth's groundbreaking appointment not only marks a significant milestone for women working in athletics, but the promotion also reflects Iowa's commitment to excellence and diversity in leadership. With an impressive track record and a visionary approach, Beth is ready to lead Iowa athletics to new heights. Congratulations, Beth, and go Hawks! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Iowa Department of Transportation, the city crews, the county crews, and all the volunteers who worked tirelessly during the recent winter storm in Iowa's 1st Congressional District. With another storm coming in today, their work has been so helpful to all Iowans and to those who are crossing the country on Interstate 80 or Interstate 35. Their unwavering commitment and dedication ensured that our roads were cleared, our sidewalks were usable, our communities remained safe, and ensured that our essential services continued uninterrupted. And it was a challenging and dangerous job to do at that. So I extend my deepest gratitude to the women and men who, through their hard work, kept our cities running smoothly and our roads safe. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week our country lost yet another innocent soul to President Biden's administration's inexcusable and shameful open border policy when 22-year-old Laken Hope Riley was brutally murdered by a Venezuelan citizen who illegally entered our country in September 2022. Laken Riley was a nursing student at Augusta University's Athens campus who was out on a morning run near the intramural fields at the University of Georgia. May her soul rest in peace. Unfortunately, this is what Americans across the country have come to expect since President Biden took office. His administration has enacted and implemented numerous open border policies which directly and inevitably result in these sorts of tragedies. In addition to this terrible tragedy that occurred in Georgia, local authorities in Virginia arrested a 32-year-old Venezuelan migrant in connection with the sexual assault of a minor. Just like the murderer who allegedly killed Laken Riley, this individual also entered the country in September of 2022 after being detained and released by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol in El Paso, Texas. In our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., a man accused of shooting 3 District of Columbia police officers is found to be in our country illegally with an active deportation order with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. All 3 of these terrible, completely avoidable tragedies occurred in the same calendar month, just a week apart. Mr. Speaker, pure and simple, these are the consequences of the Biden administration's indefensible open border policies. There is no doubt that President Biden's feckless border policies are the direct causes of this once unimaginable level of crime and loss of life. To make matters worse, just days after both of these immigrants entered our country illegally, President Biden, instead of trying to secure the border, erroneously stated that the border was actually secure and that it was, quote, not rational, unquote, to deport illegal immigrants from Venezuela. In deporting illegal immigrants, if deporting illegal immigrants is not rational, then that begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what is rational? Simply doing nothing but keeping the border wide open surely isn't rational. As a father of 2 young children growing up in President Biden's United States, where every town has become a border town, I fear it is only a matter of time until one of these families that I represent in Middle Tennessee faces the same consequences of the Biden administration's open border policies. I pray that day never comes. I also pray the President comes to his senses and ends the humanitarian crisis at the southern border that his administration's policies have caused. The administration has already admitted they have the authority to restrict migrants' ability to seek asylum at the border. It is well past time that the President used that authority. Until then, House Republicans like me will continue sounding the alarm and beating the drum to shed light on this administration's open border policies and blatant abuse of our immigration laws. Border security is national security, and strong borders make for strong countries and safe countries. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this very moment, America's dedicated farmers and the nation's entire agricultural community are facing a serious threat. That threat is the Communist Chinese Party's continued purchasing of American farmland. This is a threat that I take very seriously, and it's one that I remain committed to fixing. Here's the truth. The Chinese Communist Party has absolutely no interest in supporting our nation's food supply. It cares only about improving its own bottom line while kneecapping a community that has always put food on the tables of families in every zip code in America. Think about the threat that's being posed to our national security as more American farmland is acquired by the Chinese Communist Party. My record is crystal clear on standing with farmers, and I've recently taken action to confront and expose the Chinese Communist Party's covert agenda. I've co-sponsored H.R. 7131, the AFIDA Improvements Act, legislation that makes serious reforms related to how the United States Department of Agriculture shares data on foreign investments in agricultural land. What's more, I've co-sponsored H.R. 809, the Prohibition of Agricultural Land for the People's Republic of China Act. This legislation requires the President to take necessary actions to prohibit the purchase of public or private agricultural real estate located in the United States by non-resident aliens, foreign businesses, or any agent, trustee, or fiduciary associated with the government of the People's Republic of China. Further, under this legislation, individuals or businesses with direct ties to the government of the People's Republic of China will be prohibited from certain programs administered by the Secretary of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, the simple truth is that our nation's food supply and supply chain are better off when American farmers are put first. The interest of the Chinese government should never be put first. This threat is one that should not be ignored. I've long held that North Carolina's agricultural industry is the best that our nation has to offer. It has always been and will always be a force to be reckoned with. Last Congress, I was proud to be a recipient of the Friend of the Farm Bureau Award in recognition of my voting record in support of farmers across North Carolina and the nation. These hardworking men, women, and families work tirelessly every day to support our nation. I'll always stand with them and push back against every attempt to undermine their livelihoods. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to join my resolution about IVF, expressing support for the continued access to fertility care and assisted reproductive technology such as in vitro fertilization, in light of Alabama's court ruling last week that has jeopardized access to in vitro fertilization and other assisted reproductive technology in the state of Alabama. For years now, since 2019, I've been advocating for women's issues and women's rights on the issue of contraception, on the issue of contraceptives, on the issue of abortion exceptions, particularly and for life of the mother, rape, and incest. In 2019, I told my story as a state lawmaker, a survivor of rape, when the state of South Carolina was doing its fetal heartbeat bill, and it had no exceptions for women who were raped or for girls who are victims of incest. And I was frustrated by that argument because very few women were actually speaking up about women and about those exceptions. And ever since then, I've become very passionate about protecting women, about protecting their rights, protecting access to IVF, etc. And the one thing I want to say today, because I have co-sponsored legislation and resolutions by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle as it relates to contraception, as it relates to contraceptives, as it relates to providing information and protecting IVF, and yet not a single one of them, because they were Democrats, got criticized for the legislation. Yet today, I'm trying to work with members on both sides of the aisle together to condemn the ruling in Alabama, to express our sentiment and express our support for IVF access for women all across the country. So when a Republican does it, it should be equally supported by the corporate media, but apparently it's not. So I'm urging my colleagues today to get beyond the divisive politics and look forward in how we can actually work together, because this IVF issue shouldn't be Republican and it shouldn't be Democrat. The vast majority of Americans, I dare say almost every single American in this country, almost 100%, support efforts to protect women's access to IVF. The other thing I want to mention is last year I co-sponsored HRES 345, Debbie Wasserman Schultz resolution, by the way, that recognized that infertility is a widespread problem that affects populations of diverse ages, races, ethnicities, and genders. 12% of women in the U.S. have difficulty getting pregnant or staying pregnant, and 9% of men experience infertility. The resolution acknowledged that infertility is a disease, that infertility is not just a women's issue because it impacts men also. This is a family's issue. The federal government has a moral obligation to ensure the availability of infertility-related services to all individuals and families without barriers such as access, cost, and coverage. I would like to remind the press that I also was only one of 8 Republicans that voted in favor of Kathy Manning's Right to Contraception Act. Greater Access to Contraceptive Options Act ensured women and families across the country have a right to obtain and use contraception. It's a common sense measure, rape, incest, or in order to maintain a healthy and well-functioning body. Reducing the number of unwanted pregnancies requires increasing contraceptives available to couples, women, etc. And the last thing I want to say is that beyond the numbers as it relates to my resolution regarding support for IVF, that IVF has a genuinely positive impact on individuals, families, and communities. IVF and other assisted reproductive technologies contribute to the birth of over 10 million babies globally every single year. In the U.S., 12% of women of reproductive age have utilized assisted reproductive technology. Infertility is a deeply personal and obviously devastating issue. And so I'm calling on my colleagues today on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat alike, to join me in expressing the sentiment in the whole House of Representatives that our dedication to protecting the American dream of starting a family by co-sponsoring this resolution. And I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we, the United States government, must do everything in our power to bring my constituent, Kai Li, home from his unlawful imprisonment by the Chinese Communist Party. Since 2016, Kai Li of Huntington, New York, has been unjustly imprisoned by the Chinese Communist Party. In 2016, Kai Li visited Shanghai to mark the first anniversary of his mother's death. When he arrived at the airport in Shanghai, Chinese Communist Party authorities immediately arrested him on what they called espionage charges. For months, Kai was held in secret detention without access to legal counsel. Then, almost 2 years later, in July of 2018, in a 1-hour secret trial, Kai was convicted of espionage. This is yet another example of the Chinese Communist Party's long history of aggressively targeting and detaining individuals on trumped-up charges of spying. Since coming into office 14 months ago, I have called on the administration to do everything in its power to bring Kai Li home to his family, including his son Harrison. Soon I will be introducing legislation to urge this administration to prioritize bringing Kai Li home and end his unlawful detainment. We must right this wrong and fix a broken situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Suffolk County Police Department has an exciting program to increase interest among teenagers in pursuing a career in law enforcement. It's called the Police Explorers. Participants in the program must show an interest in a law enforcement career, meet minimum academic standards, and have no criminal convictions or history. The Explorers program is a Learning for Life program which provides participants with police training and community service experience. I had the chance to meet with Sergeant Linda Piotrowski of the Suffolk County Police Department in my Hauppauge office, and she briefed me on this program. We had a great discussion about public safety and how to increase awareness among young people interested in a career in law enforcement. As the son and grandson of police officers, I am thrilled to see efforts to increase law enforcement recruitment numbers and to help those interested in a career in law enforcement. Together, we must continue to support and back the blue at every opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to condemn the disturbing rise in anti-Semitism in this country and around the world, especially in the months following the October 7th terrorist attacks committed by Hamas against the people of Israel. Since October 7th, America has seen a demonstrable rise in anti-Semitism on college campuses where students have been harassed and even assaulted simply for being Jewish. Despite their years of elitist rhetoric, talk of safe spaces, and feigning how they welcome all cultures, duplicitous liberal college presidents have refused to take action to protect these students. In America, every student should be free to live and learn without fear of harassment or physical violence. America's colleges must do better. Here in Washington, I'm proud to co-sponsor several pieces of legislation to support Israel, hold Hamas and Iran accountable, and condemn anti-Semitism, including H.R. 6090, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which would require the Department of Education to clearly define anti-Semitism and ensure anti-Semitic hate crimes on college campuses are properly investigated and prosecuted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O sovereign Lord, 2 years into this unrelenting conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we appeal to you to act in condemnation against the unprovoked and the unjustified aggression and the heinous and hateful crimes against the Ukrainian people. Uphold the cause of justice and defend these men and women who have called to you in their need, for they have been a testimony to faith, waiting patiently for you, fearing not when evil people have succeeded, and never losing heart even as the wicked carry out their schemes. Protect them from their enemy, but preserve them also from themselves, that they would refrain from acting out in anger and responding in wrath. In the horror of this interminable war, prevent them from resorting to vengeance. Deliver them from exercising the very evil they are now enduring. May all who suffer at the hands of such aggressors be assured that you, O Lord, laugh at the wicked, for you know their day is coming. Though they draw the sword and bend the bow, you, O righteous one, will cause their weapons to pierce their own hearts. You will cause their strongholds to break. Make firm, then, the steps of those who delight in you. Though they may stumble, they will not fall, for you, O Lord, will uphold them with your hand. In the strength found only in your name do we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, their journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Miss Plaskett.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Leap Day, which means the folks I represent in Tennessee will be subject to an extra day of the disastrous economic policies of the Biden administration that have resulted in record high inflation and an unaffordable cost of living. Look no further, Mr. Speaker, than a recent report that said December was the least affordable month on record to own a home as home prices hit an all-time high. December marked the 11th straight month of higher home prices and a 5% increase in prices over the entire year. Coupled with higher interest rates, thanks to the Biden administration's reckless deficit spending, the American dream of owning a home is quickly evaporating. However, Mr. Speaker, I am committed to passing policies that make purchasing and owning a home more affordable and lowering the cost of living for the average American and the Tennesseans that I represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the 180th anniversary of the Dominican Republic's independence. This past weekend, the streets of downtown Christiansted on St. Croix and Charlotte Amalie and St. Thomas were alive with the spirit of the Independence Day Parade, a tradition that has graced our islands for 15 years and serves as a testimony of the rich tapestry of our shared heritage. The Virgin Islands prides itself on being a melting pot of cultures, and the active participation and integration of the Dominican community showcases the strength and beauty of that diversity. It is inspiring to see members of the Dominican community opening businesses, contributing to our economy, taking on key roles in our government as they share their passion and their ideas. Those efforts and achievements reinforce the value of cultural exchange and mutual respect that are the foundation of our society. It's the fabric that weaves our communities together and allows every ethnicity and nationality to celebrate their unique culture and traditions. Here's to many more years of friendship, collaboration, and shared prosperity between the Virgin Islands and indeed the United States and the Dominican Republic. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6544 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6544, a bill to advance the benefits of nuclear energy by enabling efficient, timely, and predictable licensing, regulation, and deployment of nuclear energy technologies, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 6544, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act. I first want to thank my colleague and friend, ranking member of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee, for leading this effort with me, Congresswoman Diana DeGette. This is a package of nuclear bills and is comprised of the work of many members of the Energy and Commerce Committee on both sides of the aisle. I want to thank them for their work in advancing the use of nuclear energy here in the United States. The Atomic Energy Advancement Act will advance durable, bipartisan policy that will expand nuclear energy and its many benefits for the nation, while maintaining the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's gold standard, global gold standard for safety. Our goal is to bring America's nuclear promise back into alignment with the goals that Congress established when passing the Atomic Energy Act. This ushered in the age of the peaceful use of the atom, demonstrating American leadership around the world and the amazing benefits of nuclear power. The NRC Mission Alignment Act provision in this bill, which I authored, does just that. It directs the NRC to update its mission statement to include that its licensing and regulation of nuclear energy activities will be conducted in a manner that is efficient and does not unnecessarily limit the potential of nuclear energy. The NRC should not be an impediment, but rather a facilitator of nuclear advancement in America. There are many provisions in this bill to modernize the NRC and advance nuclear technology deployment, including American technology exports. For example, the bill will require that the NRC to provide efficient, timely, and predictable reviews, strengthens the NRC workforce to address the new technologies coming down the pike. It reduces hourly fee rates for advanced nuclear reactor licenses. It avoids duplicative environmental reviews. It updates the DOE's nuclear export reviews, and it extends the critical liability protection necessary for nuclear investment. Now, more than ever, it is essential that America lead in nuclear energy, especially as our adversaries work actively to undercut our strength. Russia and China are seeking to dominate the nuclear markets and supply chains for these technologies. America can and must continue to set the global nuclear standard, and the Atomic Energy Advancement Act will ensure that we do. So I want to thank my colleagues on Energy and Commerce and all that have input on this legislation. It's bipartisan, came out of our committee, and I want to thank them for their work and dedication. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 6544, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act. This bill makes important changes to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to ensure that our nation will be able to license the advanced nuclear reactors that could play a vital role in combating the climate crisis. H.R. 6544 will ensure that developers of advanced reactors are not asked to pay more than their fair share of their licensing costs. It will also help create common-sense pathways to site nuclear reactors on brownfield sites and sites that already have a nuclear reactor. And most importantly, it will do these things while ensuring that nothing about the NRC's core mission of safety is compromised. Madam Speaker, the legislation will also help the NRC attract and retain staff, which is critical since the Commission needs to be at full capacity to license the fleet of new reactors that will apply for licenses over the next decade. This was a particularly important provision championed by Energy Subcommittee Ranking Member DeGette, and I'm very happy that it was included in this package. I also want to thank Chair Duncan for the bipartisan way in which this package of bills was assembled. This is how Congress should always work. We held bipartisan oversight hearings, issued a joint request for information, had a legislative hearing to solicit feedback on the proposals, and eventually moved the legislation through committee with Democrats and Republicans working together every step of the way. And as a result, the bill before us today is much stronger than the bill that was first introduced. The bill is certainly not perfect. It's a product of compromise, and like all compromises, no one got everything they wanted. And further compromise will be necessary as we work together with the Senate to find a path forward to get this bill to the President's desk. But this is a strong bill that will protect communities while unlocking our nation's nuclear potential. It will help lower emissions and ensure that new nuclear plants have a place in our nation's clean energy economy, all while ensuring protection of public health and safety. And I hope that is something that all members can support. So, Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, Ranking Member Pallone and his staff have been very good to work with, the majority staff on this bill, and I want to thank them for that. Last year, when I was given the opportunity to chair the Energy Subcommittee, the chairwoman, Cathy McMorris Rodgers, and I had a lot of talk about nuclear energy, and this is a culmination of a lot of that initial discussion. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to not only the gentlewoman from Washington, but also the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. McMorris Rodgers.
The chairwoman is recognized.
I appreciate the chairman, Mr. Duncan, of the Energy Subcommittee, yielding. I am pleased. I rise in strong support of this legislation, H.R. 6544, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act. We have worked very hard, and most agree that a robust and growing nuclear industry is critical for reducing emissions, providing reliable, affordable, clean energy to Americans. Nuclear energy can help us build durable economic and strategic relationships around the world, especially as the influence of China and Russia in this industry grows. We know our allies are eager for American leadership and technology, and our nuclear industry is ready to lead. The Energy and Commerce Committee has a rich history of plowing the hard ground necessary to legislate, coming together on solutions that improve people's lives and make our country stronger and prosperous. H.R. 6544 continues that leadership, and I'm grateful for the leadership of the chairman of the subcommittee, Jeff Duncan, as well as the ranking member, Diana DeGette, and the ranking member of the full committee, Frank Pallone, for working together so that we can move this legislation forward, help maintain a robust and growing nuclear industry, which is vital to delivering reliable, affordable, and clean energy to all Americans. This much-needed modernization of our regulatory framework will restore America's nuclear dominance, encourage innovation, enable industry to deploy safe, reliable nuclear energy, and usher in a new era of U.S. energy leadership. I urge support of the Atomic Energy Advancement Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership on this important issue as ranking member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bipartisan legislation, in particular the important changes it makes to how we regulate commercial fusion energy. Last spring, the Nuclear Regulatory Committee took an important vote to regulate commercial fusion energy under its existing regulatory framework, specifically the byproduct materials framework. This was a critical step toward unlocking commercialized fusion energy, and it was made possible by a recognition that fusion does not need to be regulated the same way as fission. Since then, the Fusion Caucus, which I have the honor of co-chairing alongside Representatives Don Beyer, Jay Obernolte, and Chuck Fleischman, have put pen to paper on the Fusion Energy Act, which will codify the Commission's decision and provide the fusion industry the regulatory certainty that it needs to continue pursuing their innovative research and development. During consideration of this package in December, we offered the Fusion Energy Act as an amendment, which was adopted unanimously and is included in this legislation today. I cannot overstate the importance of passing this package because fusion is the game changer. A future with fusion means thousands of good-paying, family-sustaining, clean energy jobs that we'll create along the way. Fusion unlocks a future where energy production is no longer tied to access to a resource. It means an endless supply of baseload clean energy without any emissions. And it means dictators like Vladimir Putin won't be able to manipulate energy markets to suit their needs. But make no mistake, both our allies and our adversaries are racing to unlock fusion energy. The UK is investing £660 million. Germany recently announced a €1 billion investment, and China has already invested $1.8 billion in their state-owned facilities with plans to massively ramp up over the next decade. In China, there is no private industry investment in fusion. It's all government controlled, and that's a huge competitive advantage that we have on them. What the United States does best is innovate through public-private partnerships that leverage federal research dollars with the work happening at cutting-edge startups and businesses across our country. One of those companies, Commonwealth Fusion Systems, is located in the district I represent. Since its founding roughly 5 years ago, CFS has raised more than $2 billion in private investment, employs over 600 people, and is well on its way to building Spark, a fusion machine that will achieve net energy and demonstrate that producing commercial fusion energy in just a few years is possible. But if we are going to beat China to fusion, then it's absolutely critical that we provide companies like CFS with the regulatory certainty that they need. Passing this bipartisan package does just that. I urge my colleagues to support this important common sense legislation that will advance commercial fusion energy, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, you know, I agree with her. With fusion, SMR, advanced nuclear technology, the nuclear renaissance is right before us. I want to yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I'm proud that the Energy and Commerce Committee is championing nuclear energy, a clean, safe, and reliable energy source for which America should be paving the way. Going forward, it must be a significant component of America's energy profile, and to make that happen, we need to cut the red tape at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, expediting environmental reviews for nuclear reactors. Time and time again, the environmental review process takes entirely way too long. My bill, Modernized Nuclear Reactor Environmental Reviews Act, is a part of this Atomic Energy Advancement Act. It will reduce duplicative efforts and speed up the review process for nuclear reactor applications. So let me reiterate. Nuclear is clean and safe and plays a critical role in putting reliable as well as dispatchable energy onto our grid. Proud to see that Diana DeGette and Frank Pallone and team are working with us, that we're working across the aisle. That's encouraging. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bill to advance nuclear energy in the United States of America. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers at this time, so I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman and the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee for yielding. Madam Speaker, Pennsylvania has a long and proud history of developing energy innovation. From the first oil well in 1859 to leading the way on natural gas development, and to Westinghouse's work developing nuclear energy in the 1950s. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has been a leader in producing the power that Americans and the entire world rely on to keep their homes warm and their refrigerators cold. For decades, the United States has been a leader in the development of new technologies and innovation with regard to nuclear energy. As demands on our nation's electric grid continue to grow, small modular and microreactors are poised to be the next generation of clean, safe, and reliable nuclear technology. It is vital that these reactors are permitted efficiently in order to allow the American consumers to utilize the energy that they rely on each and every day. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Guthrie.
Next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support today of H.R. 6544, Atomic Energy Advancement Act. I represent Western Kentucky coal communities, including Muhlenberg, McLean, and Ohio counties. Unfortunately, Washington Democrats, their war on coal has resulted in the loss of good-paying jobs and key energy production for our Commonwealth and our nation. I introduced the Nuclear for Brownfields Site Preparation Act, which is included in this package, to ensure that we continue to use Kentucky's experienced energy workers to bring back American energy independence and ensure our leadership as energy producer. We have an opportunity to repurpose sites like retired coal facilities to reinstate America's energy dominance. I'm committed to making sure we have affordable, reliable energy from a diverse energy portfolio while empowering communities who powered our nation for generations to help us continue to keep the lights on for years to come. I thank you for the time. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I will yield back to my friend from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, who will probably talk about what's going down at Plant Vogtle, the newest reactors to have been constructed in our lifetime. So I'd like to yield the gentleman 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, America used to be the leader in nuclear energy. It should be one of the key parts of our energy security in all of the globe. However, we've allowed it to deteriorate and for other countries to take the lead on the global stage. Instead, Russia and China are building a larger and larger presence in global nuclear power. Together, the two account for nearly 70% of the reactors under construction are being planned worldwide. The United States cannot stand by and allow China and Russia to be the standard bearers of nuclear energy. Just imagine the nuclear proliferation implications, let alone the economic ones. Don't be fooled. These are just another way for China and Russia to exert influence and manipulate countries around the globe. We've seen it with the Belt and Road Initiative and with nuclear plants that this means for decades and decades developing countries tied to China. Thankfully, doesn't have to be the case. We can have a new American nuclear renaissance, and this bill, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act, will provide important steps to do so. We've proved that in the state of Georgia with the two newest reactors built in this country in over 30 years. This bill includes reforms to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to increase licensing efficiency, strengthen our nuclear workforce, make advanced nuclear technology more accessible through fee reductions, modernize reviews, and other important improvements to how nuclear is approached in the U.S. I'm pleased to have my bill, the Global Nuclear Energy Assessment and Cooperation Act, which I introduced along with Representative Scott Peters from California, included as a section of this bill. This bill would take a multi-pronged approach promoting nuclear energy around the globe by providing global nuclear energy assessment, providing a program for training and sharing of expertise, and prohibiting or provide for an international nuclear reactor export and innovation branch. This will inspire coordination, research, and development for the U.S. and our allies, which is extremely important. Lastly, it will prohibit the import of nuclear fuel assemblies from hostile foreign nations, including Russia and China.
Gentleman's time has expired.
My hope is that
15 more seconds.
Lastly, it will provide the import of nuclear fuel assemblies from hostile foreign nations, including Russia and China. This will encourage energy independence and prevent our country from being reliant on our enemies for our nuclear energy needs. My hope is that my bill will be just one small part of improving the global competition for nuclear energy. This is how we begin to secure a safe, reliable energy future for the United States of America and democracies across the globe. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, as you've heard today, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act is really setting America up to get ready for what's next. And what's next is advanced nuclear reactors, small modular reactors. As the gentlelady from Massachusetts said, the possibility of fusion is very exciting. The industries that could be set up around the nuclear hub of these advanced reactors, the jobs that would be created, keeping that intellectual property here in America, addressing our supply issues for critical components, enriched uranium, the fuel that's necessary to make these reactors work. Lessening the nation's dependence on Russia and China for nuclear technology or nuclear fuel just makes sense to a lot of folks in America. But in order to get ready for that nuclear renaissance that I mentioned earlier, we've got to make sure that the government agencies, specifically the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, is prepared as they move into the 21st century truly in the advancement of nuclear energy in this country. We've got friends and allies that are looking to the United States to export the technology to help their countries meet their energy independence needs, to be cleaner in their energy production and lessen their dependence on foreign adversaries. For example, we were in the Czech Republic last spring, and they commissioned both small modular reactors and traditional light water reactors. They were looking to the United States. They were looking to the NRC. They were looking to America to lead and help them as they develop their nuclear technology and their nuclear energy development there in their countries. Poland was the same way. Light water reactors, the future of SMRs. I think about what's going on in this country with SMR development. I think about what our neighbors in Canada are doing up in Ontario with probably the first SMR that will be full-scale brought online. Nuclear development is important to the cleaner energy future for America. And I don't have any other speakers on this side, so I'm ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge my colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 6544, the Atomic Energy Advancement Act. This bipartisan bill, which passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee in December, includes a number of policies designed to facilitate the deployment of advanced nuclear reactor technologies while not compromising on safety. The bill will ensure that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is up to the job and prepared for the potential license applications for new reactor designs that are expected to come its way over the next decade. Included in this package are provisions co-led by Democratic members, including language that would first allow the NRC to retain its current workforce and attract new talent to license new reactors. Second, lower the regulatory costs imposed upon new reactor developers so they are only paying for the expenses they are directly incurring. Third, ease the process, allowing for demonstration reactors at Department of Energy sites with critical national security infrastructure and brownfield sites. And fourth, make it easier to co-locate new nuclear reactors on sites with currently operating reactors. And fifth, allow for DOE to enter into long-term agreements to purchase electricity from a new nuclear reactor. Now, I would say nuclear energy is a vital source of zero-carbon baseload power. It is imperative in our fight against the worsening climate crisis that we strengthen the NRC's regulatory processes so the agency is prepared to license 21st century reactors in a timely fashion that does not compromise on safety or public health. And H.R. 6544 will do just that. So, again, I intend to vote for the bill. It's on the floor under suspension, and we urge all members to join us in supporting the legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is
Madam Speaker,
recognized.
I was ready to close, but I'm going to yield 1 quick minute to the gentleman from Georgia who represents Augusta, Georgia, where Plant Vogtle is. Mr. Allen, 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for yielding the time. I rise in support of H.R. 6544, the Bipartisan Atomic Energy Advancement Act, which aims to incentivize and advance nuclear energy production in the United States. And all of the above strategy is critical to reclaiming American energy dominance. And as the nation's largest source of clean energy, nuclear has a pivotal role to play. Included in today's legislation is a bill I sponsored, the Nuclear Licensing Efficiency Act, which would improve the licensing review process for future nuclear projects by establishing updated procedures and timelines for reviewing nuclear licensing applications. With the first 2 nuclear reactors built in over 3 decades in the United States, located at Plant Vogtle in my district, Georgia 12, we are leading our nation's nuclear future. But as we saw through the construction process, nuclear projects in the U.S. are often bogged down by burdensome licensing and permitting processes that result in unnecessary delays and cost overruns.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Can I have 30 seconds?
Yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
By modernizing the inefficient procedures that hamper our nuclear energy expansion, we can fully embrace the reliability of clean, 24/7 nuclear energy. I am proud to have my bill as part of this broader Bipartisan Atomic Energy Advancement Act to improve our nuclear energy regulatory process. I strongly urge a yes vote on H.R. 6544, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank once again the bipartisan nature of this legislation. I want to thank the Ranking Member DeGette on a subcommittee and Ranking Member Pallone and their staff for all they've done. Let's get this passed. Let's work with our Senate colleagues. Let's get something to the President's desk and get something signed into law to move the nation forward. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6544? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Request for recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request yeas and nays?
Request the yeas and nays.
Okay. So the yeas and nays are requested, and all those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4984, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4984, a bill to amend the District of Columbia Stadium Act of 1957 to provide for the transfer of administrative jurisdiction over the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus to the Administrator of General Services and the leasing of the campus to the District of Columbia for purposes which include commercial and residential development and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4984, a bill that will provide economic opportunities to an area of our nation's capital in dire need of revitalization. The bill transfers administrative jurisdiction over the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus from our National Park Service to the District of Columbia. Under H.R. 4984, the federal government will retain ownership of the land, while the District of Columbia manages the development, costs, and the use of the land. Transferring administrative jurisdiction over property is a unique tool for the Congress, which allows the federal government to retain title to lands while the district assumes the responsibilities of administration and maintenance. This tool has already been used multiple times to great effect in our nation's capital. Under the current law granting D.C. a 99-year lease of land, the district cannot engage in any commercial or residential development of the land. With a lease set to expire in 2038, there are few options for future use of the property without congressional action. This status quo is untenable. H.R. 4984 fixes this problem by allowing stadium purposes, recreational purposes, and residential and commercial development. This allows the District of Columbia to revitalize this site, turning what was once a blight on our nation's capital into a thriving area of commerce and community. Importantly, the bill also imposes any remediation or environmental costs onto the District of Columbia, saving taxpayer dollars that would otherwise be spent by the National Park Service. As Congress continues to carry out its oversight duties over our nation's capital, this bipartisan bill will help create jobs and improve our great capital city. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I strongly support this bipartisan bill. This bill would allow the District of Columbia to transform the RFK Stadium campus, 174 acres of underutilized federal land in D.C. that primarily consists of parking lots, sports fields, and a long vacant stadium in the process of being demolished, into a thriving mixed-use development. The National Capital Planning Commission, the central planning agency for the federal government in the District of Columbia, has long called for the revitalization of the campus, and the Department of the Interior testified in support of the goals of this bill. During my tenure, Congress has passed several bipartisan bills to transform underutilized land in D.C. into thriving mixed-use developments, including the Yards on the southeast waterfront and the Wharf on the southwest waterfront, and Reservation 13,067 acres next to the RFK campus is now being transformed into a mixed-use development. Since 1988, D.C. has leased without consideration the RFK Stadium campus from the Department of Interior, but the lease only permits D.C. to use the campus for recreation, a stadium, and open space, and the lease expires in 2038. This bill would give D.C. administrative jurisdiction over the campus for at least 99 years and permit D.C. to use the campus for commercial and residential development, recreation, a stadium, parks, and open space. This bill would require DC to preserve 30% of the campus for parks and open space and prohibit DC from building along the waterfront. This bill is a win-win for the federal and DC governments. As the Department of Interior testified, this bill would allow DC to transform the campus from, quote, acres of asphalt to a complex focused on community sports, recreation, park space, and community amenities, end quote, and would, quote, guarantee public access to a sizable amount of parkland and outdoor recreation areas, end quote. At the same time, this bill would allow DC to create a mixed-use development and to generate significant revenue for DC. I thank Chairman Comer for his leadership and partnership on this bill, and I thank Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva for their work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, sponsor of the bill and the great chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from New York for yielding, and thank my co-sponsor, the gentlelady from Washington, D.C. I rise in support of H.R. 4984, which repurposes approximately 174 acres of unused federal land in Washington, D.C. Despite its long history and importance to D.C. residents, the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus in southeast D.C. has been abandoned to become unused parking lots, open fields, and a deteriorating stadium that is being demolished. The campus is currently under a lease that requires the land to be used for stadium purposes, recreational purposes, or other public purposes, but under current law, the campus cannot be used for commercial or residential development. Absent congressional action, this land in our nation's capital will remain unused, with ongoing maintenance costs and environmental liabilities remaining the full responsibility of the National Park Service, an ongoing burden for the American taxpayer. My bill, H.R. 4984, will change that. The bill transfers administrative jurisdiction from the National Park Service to Washington, D.C., while preserving the federal government's ownership of the land. This allows Washington, D.C. to use the land for stadium purposes, commercial and residential development, recreational facilities, open spaces, or additional public purposes. However, D.C. may not use federal funds for any potential future development of a sports stadium. The bill enables D.C. to transform the unused RFK campus into stores, restaurants, office buildings, and apartment complexes. This economic development will help revitalize the RFK Stadium campus, creating new jobs and tax revenue for the district's residents. Let me be clear. Congress has a constitutional duty to oversee the nation's capital city. We have diligently exercised this role by holding numerous oversight hearings in the Oversight Committee this Congress with D.C.'s mayor and city council. We have also successfully blocked, in bipartisan fashion with the president's support, the city council's ill-advised criminal reform legislation from going into effect last year, the first law of the 118th Congress. And we will continue looking for legislative opportunities to return order to the district by addressing the rising crime crises, returning federal workers to their offices in the district to contribute to the local economy, and seeking ways to bolster the educational system. The D.C. Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act also represents Congress doing its job to oversee the district by authorizing the best utilization of area land to help the city thrive. We should want this for our nation's capital city, a home to the taxpayers' federal workforce, and a city that hosts millions of American visitors and global tourists each year. I thank my committee colleague, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, for working with me to write this smart, bipartisan legislation. I also want to thank the Natural Resource Committee Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva and their staff for working with my staff to write the improved bill we are considering today. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill so that we can help revitalize our nation's capital. and I yield the balance of my time back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time. I rise in support of H.R. 4984, the D.C. Robert Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act. Just 2 miles from Capitol Hill, the RFK Stadium was a prime sports and entertainment venue for almost 50 years. Today, the stadium and the land that surrounds it sit vacant on the shore of the Anacostia River. This long-awaited bill will permit the District of Columbia to revitalize the underused federal lands of the RFK Stadium, enriching the culture of our nation's capital and making good on our responsibility to be good stewards of the land for future generations. I look forward to seeing the plans that Mayor Bowser and the D.C. leaders are developing to make good use of the space and better meet the needs of the local community. I want to acknowledge and thank the tireless advocacy of my colleague, Delegate Eleanor Combs Norton, on this issue and applaud the bipartisan collaboration that made this legislation possible. I urge my colleagues to support this timely legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from D.C. reserves.
I yield. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas and the chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you and say thank you to the gentleman from New York for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 4984, which is bipartisan legislation that I am co-sponsoring to allow development of the RFK Memorial Stadium campus in the heart of Washington, D.C. As a former football player at the University of Arkansas, I know the powerful ways that sports can bring communities and even states together. The current RFK Memorial Stadium, located just down the road from the Capitol, has a long and complex history, but is now decrepit and falling apart. The legislation before us today will allow D.C. to mark the end of decades of legal limbo and the start of an age of economic revitalization. Under the bill, the National Park Service will no longer have to maintain and operate the campus, freeing up finite resources to focus on their deferred maintenance backlog. In turn, D.C. will be able to revitalize this area and create thousands of jobs with new commercial, residential, and recreational facilities. This can serve as a model going forward for other communities, particularly those with large footprints of federal land, and represents a win-win for both the federal government and D.C. Now I would like to take a moment to clarify the intent of Congress with respect to the legislation and the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. Over the course of several months of bipartisan negotiations that involve both the Natural Resources Committee and Oversight and Accountability Committee, as well as the City of D.C. and National Park Service, several improvements were made to the bill. During these negotiations, we reached a bipartisan consensus that after this bill passes, the National Park Service will conduct a NEPA analysis on the transfer of administrative jurisdiction itself. After the transfer, NEPA will no longer apply to D.C.'s development and use of the site because those activities will not be considered major federal actions. This follows decades of precedent with previous administrative jurisdiction transfers, as well as technical assistance and advice provided by the Department of the Interior. The National Park Service also provided several examples of instances in which the agency transferred administration and jurisdiction of land to D.C., including as recently as 2022, and in none of these instances did NEPA apply after the transfer of administrative jurisdiction. I'd like to enter into the record these examples as well as the environmental assessments conducted under NEPA that affirm this legal framework.
Without objection.
Because there was a clear consensus and prior historical evidence demonstrating that NEPA would not apply to the development of the campus after the administrative jurisdiction transfer, the legislative text did not include any superfluous savings clauses regarding NEPA's applicability. In addition to this, it is my hope that both D.C. and the Department of the Interior will abide by Congress's 6-month time frame provided into the legislation to reach all necessary agreements and complete the transfer. Before I yield back, I would like to take a moment to recognize the hard work and collaboration of Chairman Comer, Delegate Holmes Norton, and the entire staff of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Grijalva and his team, the Energy and Commerce Committee, and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for their assistance in getting this legislation to the floor today. Finally, I'd like to recognize several people without whom this legislation would not be possible. That includes Beverly Perry, Tara Hutman, Jerry Corey, and Lisa Pittman, and also from the House Natural Resources staff, Anelia Butler, Brandon Miller, Colin Morrow, and Taylor Wiseman. I urge all of my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from the district for giving me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4984, the D.C. Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act. This legislation presents an opportunity to revitalize the RFK Stadium campus, a historic site that has served as a cornerstone of our nation's capital sporting legacy for over 5 decades. However, over the past 2 decades, the campus has sadly remained underutilized due to outdated statutory restrictions. These restrictions have limited the use of the RFK campus to stadium purposes only, leading to a gradual decline and erosion. This legislation focuses on transforming the RFK campus into a mixed-use site which will create thousands of jobs. Additionally, it ensures that district residents gain direct access to premium recreational opportunities, including green spaces and scenic walking trails along the riverfront. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The gentlelady from D.C. reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Okay. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 4984, the D.C. Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act. Like other members of the Maryland delegation, I believe Prince George's County and Maryland should be able to compete on a level playing field to keep the Washington Commanders. But this bill would give an unfair advantage to D.C. It's most certainly not a level playing field when one interested jurisdiction receives a free transfer of federal government subsidized land. I'm not opposed to D.C. bidding to be the new home of the Washington Commanders, but its pursuit of the Commanders should be no different than its efforts to compete with Virginia for the Wizards and the Capitals. This is also a bad deal for federal taxpayers. This bill transfers control over federal government property at no apparent cost to the District of Columbia so that private ownership can build a football stadium. This is not a District of Columbia home rule issue. This is no different than any other city or state competing for a sports franchise or stadium. No different than the state of New Jersey competing with the state of New York for the Jets or the Giants. I do not object also to the redevelopment or renovation of the current RFK campus. I think it would be outstanding to have new housing, retail use, and park space there. Matter of fact, I live near the stadium and drive by it every day. but I do not believe a cost-free land transfer largely for stadium purposes provides the best opportunity to achieve these goals. I ask my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
I reserve, Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentlelady reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserved. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to the comments from my friend from Maryland. The National Park Service has a maintenance backlog of $23 billion, including $2 billion in the District of Columbia alone. The National Park Service does not have the money to transform the RFK Stadium site from acres of asphalt into parks or mixed uses. There is precedent for Congress giving title to or administration jurisdiction over federal land to states and other jurisdictions for no consideration. We do not have to look far for examples. Let's look at two of the many examples in D.C. First, Section 8124 of Title 40 of the U.S. Code has long permitted the federal government to transfer administrative jurisdiction over federal land in D.C. to the D.C. government for no consideration. Second, in 1986, Congress directed the Department of Interior to enter into a 50-year lease with D.C. for the RFK Stadium site for no consideration. While it is true that H.R. 4984 does not require D.C. to pay the federal government for administrative jurisdiction over the RFK Stadium site, it is expected D.C. will spend hundreds of millions of dollars transforming the site from acres of asphalt into mixed-use development. This bill would not require a stadium to be built at the site. Whether to build a stadium would be a decision for the elected D.C. government. Several members of the D.C. Council have expressed opposition to a new football stadium at the site. I reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The D.C. Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act will allow D.C. to develop the vacant RFK Stadium site. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that will promote economic growth and revitalization to Southeast D.C., and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to close and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4984 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Sorry?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3511, the Service Disabled Veteran Opportunities in Small Business Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 163, H.R. 3511. A bill to amend the Small Business Act to require training on increasing contract awards to small business concerns owned and controlled by service-disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased that this is the first of 8 bills from the Committee on Small Business that we'll be considering today. That goes to show that the Committee on Small Business is a committee that gets things done, and I hope our Senate counterparts follow our lead to get these bills to the President's desk. I rise today in support of H.R. 3511, the Service Disabled Veterans Opportunities in Small Business Act, which is sponsored by my good friend, Representative Lalotta, from the great state of New York. H.R. 3511 builds on this Congress's dedication to America's veterans. Our country asks a lot from our brave servicemen and women, and therefore we must support them when they return to civilian life and ensure that they have a fair shot to succeed back home. That's why this bill is critical to ensuring that our veterans are supported as entrepreneurs. The federal government is the largest consumer in the world, and each year these agencies have a goal to spend a portion of the contracts with small businesses owned by service-disabled veterans. In last year's NDAA, Congress raised the spending goal to 5% of all contracting dollars. Unfortunately, not every federal agency has met its commitment to the men and women who bravely served our country. H.R. 3511 would remedy this by requiring the Small Business Administration to keep failing agencies and help them improve their inclusion of service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. Our veterans deserve to have every chance to succeed in the federal contracting space. I'm proud to support H.R. 3511. I urge all of my colleagues to vote on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we are considering 8 bills, 6 sponsored by Republicans and 2 by Democrats. I look forward to working with the chairman to bring the additional 5 Democratic bills to the floor that were unanimously approved by the committee in a timely manner. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Lalotta and Mr. McGarvey, for their work to bring this bill to the floor today. In FY 2022, federal agencies awarded 4.57% of contract dollars and a record of just over $28 billion to service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. But this number does not tell the whole story. Every year, a handful of agencies do not meet their individual agency goals, showing that there is more that can be done. This legislation will require SBA to issue guidance and to provide training for agencies when they come up short. It is also important to highlight that Congress has raised the service-disabled veterans-owned small businesses goal to 5% of federal contracting dollars moving forward, so additional guidance and training will be timely. With that, I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Lalotta from the great state of New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, for yielding, for your leadership in the Small Business Committee, but most importantly, for recognizing the importance of this legislation and the importance to the veterans community. Mr. Speaker, America owes a great debt of gratitude to our service-disabled veterans. Those who have served our nation in uniform deserve our utmost thanks, support, and respect. They put our great country before themselves. As service-disabled veterans transition into civilian life and some look to enter the government contracting space, Congress must identify and implement ways to make that transition easier. My partisan bill does just that. The Service Disabled Veteran Opportunities and Small Business Act will provide greater opportunities to our nation's disabled veterans by increasing government contracting opportunities for service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. Currently, federal agencies are required to contract with service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses for at least 5% of contracts awarded. Yet, the prior lower standard, 3%, for all, wasn't even being met by many agencies. My legislation will help solve that problem by requiring the Office of Veterans Business Development and Small Business Administrator to provide training to federal agency officials who fall below their procurement goals and issue guidance on best practices to increase the number of contracts to service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support the Service-Disabled Veterans Opportunities in Small Business Act, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, the ranking member of the Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Workforce Development Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3511, the Service Disabled Veterans Opportunities in Small Business Act, which I am proud to lead with Rep. LaLota. I'm grateful for his partnership, and I'm grateful that the bill is on the floor today. I will echo the remarks of my colleague, Mr. LaLota, and as he just said, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the men and women who have put on the uniform, who are willing to fight for us, and of course were injured in their service. And it's up to us to support our veterans coming out of the military as much as we support them going in, especially those who return with the wounds from their service, both visible and invisible. So many veterans come home looking for ways to continue serving their communities, including by starting small businesses. And the Small Business Administration does a great job of connecting veteran and disabled veteran entrepreneurs to critical resources they need to start businesses. But the federal government must do more to ensure all veteran entrepreneurs have the tools and opportunities they need for their new businesses to thrive. For disabled veteran entrepreneurs, opportunity can come in the form of sole source or set-aside contracts, but federal agencies all too often fail to meet their service-disabled vet contracting goals. This bill requires the SBA to issue guidance to other federal agencies to better meet the contracting goals for service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. And it would additionally require the SBA to provide training to agencies that fail to meet these goals. If the agencies fail to meet their contracting goals, then this bill requires a report to Congress detailing which agencies haven't met their goals so that we can better understand what works, what doesn't, and what we can do to continue improving business opportunities for service-disabled veteran business owners. We shouldn't stop until we are delivering on all of our promises. I urge my colleagues to support this good bipartisan legislation and look forward to its passage today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close.
Close.
Gentlelady, close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this.
Gentleman suspend. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal procurement goals are one way that Congress helps to ensure that small business government contractors can enter, compete, and remain in the federal marketplace, and that they receive a fair share of contracting dollars when doing so. This bill will provide agencies with additional tools and training to maximize awards to firms owned by service-disabled veterans and meet their small business goals. Again, I appreciate the work of my colleagues on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. McGarvey and LaLota did a great job on this, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. The
question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3511? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gavel. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4669, the DOE and SBA Research Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4669, a bill to provide for Department of Energy National Laboratories and Small Business Administration joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the exchange of letters between the committees of jurisdiction be included in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4669, the DOE and SBA Research Act, sponsored by my good friend, Representative Lalota from the great state of New York. Our national laboratories provide some of the most cutting-edge scientific research initiated by the U.S. government. The 17 national labs across the country help ensure we remain world leaders in a variety of disciplines, including our nation's self-defense. This legislation will ensure that the great work of our national labs and SBA are ensuring small businesses can play a part in these crucial activities. Small businesses play an important role in American innovation. The Committee on Small Business has heard countless testimonies from entrepreneurs who have found inefficiencies in many different industries and have since gone to work fixing these problems. This is very similar to the work of our national labs, as this bill, establishing a memorandum of understanding, will prove mutually beneficial to both parties. The DOE and the SBA Research Act is vital to increasing the opportunities that innovative small businesses must work with some of the most innovative federally funded research organizations in the world. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting for H.R. 4669, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentle lady from New York seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 4669 as amended. This legislation would allow SBA and the Department of Energy to enter into an MOU to formalize the research and development activities that are currently underway. Investments in R&D are critical to providing high-paying jobs for Americans, increasing small business innovation, and ensuring our country remains competitive. I thank Mr. Lalota and Mr. Tenedor for their bipartisan work, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Lalota from the great state of New York.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, for yielding and for your leadership on the Small Business Committee. I rise to speak in support of my bill, the bipartisan DOE and SBA Research Act. The DOE and SBA Research Act would simply require the Small Business Administration and America's 17 national labs to collaborate to ensure that small businesses are better utilized within the Department of Energy procurement process. The Department of Energy is one of the largest procurers of small business goods and services in the government. Through the DOE's national laboratories, small businesses can play a critical role in executing the DOE's mission. My district, which is home to one of these laboratories, Brookhaven National Lab, which is leading the way by prioritizing working with small businesses. Specifically, BNL and Suffolk County small businesses have created a mutually beneficial relationship based upon cooperative research and technical assistance. Despite good intentions throughout the federal system, far too often, small businesses have been made to endure tremendous frustrations related to federal contracting because the federal contracting process is incredibly complex and bureaucratic and plagued with many inconsistencies and nuances. Some programs, such as the Small Business Innovation Research Program, operate differently in each agency. This means a small business utilizing the same program may have to meet significantly different requirements from one agency to the next. My bill, the DOE and SBA Research Act, seeks to remedy this problem. A small business's work with the federal government can be a frustrating maze, and this bipartisan bill will help bring existing resources and opportunities to innovative and successful small businesses. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support the DOE and SBA Research Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further
Gentleman is
speakers, and I'm ready to close also.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses produce more than 14 times more patents than large businesses and universities, and employ nearly 40% of scientists and engineers. Enhancing coordination between the Small Business Administration and the Department of Energy will hopefully increase opportunities for small businesses. Once again, I thank the sponsors, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation from Mr. Tanador and Mr. Lolota, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4669 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7105, the WASB Certification and Opportunity Expansion Act, as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7105, a bill to establish requirements relating to certification of small business concerns owned and controlled by women for certain purposes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7105, the WASB Certification and Opportunity Expansion Act, sponsored by the Committee on Small Business Ranking Member, Representative Velasquez. One of the Committee on Small Business's top priorities is combating fraud and abuse within the government's contracting programs, and small business participation in federal contracting ensures a strong and resilient industrial base. Congress sets a government-wide goal to spend at least 5% of its procurement dollars with women-owned small businesses. However, since this goal contains self-certified firms, it is hard to tell the accuracy of the data. This bill would remove self-certified firms from this government-wide goal, and this will add accountability measures to make sure the businesses competing for these contracting dollars are not misrepresenting themselves. I was proud to work with the ranking member on this important piece of legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for H.R. 7105 and ensure that certified women small business owners are not unfairly shut out of the federal marketplace by fraudsters. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. From New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Empowering female entrepreneurs has long been a top priority of mine, and enhancing the programs that impact the success of women-owned small businesses continues to guide my work on our committee. That is why I am pleased we are considering my legislation, the WASB Certification and Opportunity Expansion Act, which, as amended, will improve and enhance the SBA's women-owned small business contracting program. The WASB program is a valuable tool for federal agencies to contract with small businesses that are owned by women. However, a number of factors hinder the program's effectiveness. These limitations then translate into reduced contracting opportunities. As a result, the data continues to show that women-owned small businesses are not seeing the contracting opportunities that should accompany their level of participation in the federal marketplace. My bill will move away from self-certification and require federal agencies to only count contracts awarded to certified WASBs towards their procurement goals. This bill will help address a major concern that I regularly hear from WASBs, that the program is more difficult to use than the other SBA programs, and that it is in part because WASBs are not SBA certified. Stakeholders highlight that when combined with other confusing and cumbersome WASB-specific requirements, the lack of SBA certification creates a risk that disincentivizes use of the authorities by contracting officers. It is my hope that by moving more WASB through the SBA certification process, we will see federal agencies more confidently and frequently set aside sole source contracts to women-owned small businesses. That has always been the goal of the WASB program, to level the playing field for women in industries where they are underrepresented. My bill helps to do just that, and I urge all members to support it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Lalada from the great state of New York.
Thank you, Chairman Williams, for yielding me time today, and to Ranking Member Velasquez, a fellow proud New Yorker, for leading this effort with me. It's a good day when members of the same state delegation from different parties can work together to benefit New York's small businesses and small businesses throughout this great country of ours. Mr. Speaker, our bipartisan Women-Owned Small Business Certification and Opportunity Expansion Act will phase out self-certified women-owned small businesses from the government-wide procurement goals. In doing so, this bill will achieve two main things. It will protect the integrity of the Women-Owned Small Business Program, and it will prevent the abuse of federal small business contracting goals. Self-certification, according to the SBA Office of the Inspector General and others, presents significant risks of fraud and impedes the progress of businesses which rightfully qualify. While others can self-certify, women small business owners in the SBA's Women-Owned Small Business Program undergo a certification program to ensure that only women-owned firms enter. This bill aligns the Women-Owned Small Business Program with similar programs that no longer count self-certified firms in the SBA's goals. A similar provision phasing out self-certified service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses from the procurement goals passed in the FY24 NDAA. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support the Women-Owned Small Business Certification and Opportunity Expansion Act. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady yields. He is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have drafted this bill in a way that I believe ensures women-owned small businesses will not be harmed during the transition away from self-certification, and that Congress has the tools necessary to conduct oversight of that transition. There are sufficient protections built into the legislation so that women-owned firms are not penalized and specifically will not lose contracts if issues arise during implementation. Utilizing WASBs in our federal marketplace is critical for their success and the success of our national economy. I urge all my colleagues to support this important bill to enhance the WASB program, to bolster its use, and to provide female entrepreneurs with additional opportunities for success. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation from the ranking member Velasquez to Mr. Congressman LaLota from New York, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7105 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5265, the SBA Rural Performance Report Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5265, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a report on the performance of the Office of Rural Affairs, to require a report on the Memorandum of Understanding between the Small Business Administration and the Department of Agriculture, entered into on April 4th, 2018, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5265, the SBA Rural Performance Report Act, sponsored by my good friend, Representative Alford, from the great state of Missouri. It should come to no surprise that rural entrepreneurs face unique challenges, and in extending assistance to these entrepreneurs, the Department of Agriculture and the Small Business Administration offer a variety of programs to help them start and grow their businesses. Unfortunately, government agencies often act in a silo and become ineffective in their outreach. That is why the Trump administration created a partnership between the USDA and the SBA to better tailor their outreach and services to rural entrepreneurs. After our committee marked up this bill, we were happy to see the SBA announce that they're going to work to renew another agreement with the Department of Agriculture. While this progress should not go unnoticed, this bill goes further to require a report to track the effectiveness of this agreement and the SBA's Office of Rural Affairs. If we're going to be spending taxpayer dollars to help accomplish a goal, there must be performance metrics to see where the ROI is for the taxpayers and the businesses they are helping. It is vital that Congress knows just how impactful these efforts are so we can ensure our rural entrepreneurs are not left behind. I urge my colleagues to vote for H.R. 5265, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. A woman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today, we're considering H.R. 5265, the SBA Rural Performance Report Act, which, as amended, requires an annual performance report and budget justification for the Office of Rural Affairs. Let me begin by saying that Mr. Gordon has worked relentlessly to increase SBA outreach to rural small businesses and make sure the Office of Rural Affairs remains active. I commend Mr. Golden for his effort, and I'm quite disappointed we are not considering his legislation today, which would have enhanced the Office of Rural Affairs and was unanimously approved by the committee in September. I look forward to its speedy consideration. Today, we are considering legislation that will require a performance report and budget updates from the Office of Rural Affairs so that we can stay apprised of its activities. Currently, we get this information by simply asking the agency for an update, but this bill will now statutorily mandate that it is provided. I thank Mr. Pappas for joining Mr. Alford in sponsoring this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to start out by thanking the leadership of our ranking member Velasquez and our esteemed Chairman Williams. This is indeed a pleasure to be on this committee. There are many members here today on the Small Business Committee making a difference for America in every piece of legislation we pass. And I rise today to speak on the SBA Rural Performance Report Act, a bill that we introduced to support our rural small businesses. You know, these businesses are essential to rural America, providing over 54% of employment in rural communities and counties. This bill will help us understand how the Small Business Administration is really helping them succeed. The bill requires 2 reports. First, it will give us insight into the Office of Rural Affairs, ensuring that they are providing the proper help to rural businesses. Now, we're all aware of the crucial role that these businesses play in our economy, and yet the support that they offer are often unknown to the small business owners. At a hearing just last summer, several small business owners, including Jennifer Cassidy, who owns Bird's Pecan Delights in Adrian, Missouri, she's a constituent of mine, she came here to testify that she didn't even know that the Office of Rural Affairs even existed. Mr. Speaker, this bill will change that. It demands clear, detailed reports on the Office of Rural Affairs and the efforts to aid these businesses and people like Jennifer. Are they providing the right assistance? Are the resources and information reaching those who need it the most? Well, it's time we had solid answers. This bill will provide them. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second part of this report requires a review of a memorandum of understanding between the SBA and the Department of Ag. This Trump-era MOU was a recognition that ag goes hand in hand with rural small businesses. Supporting this bill means that we're committed to making sure that our rural entrepreneurs have the support they need in a timely fashion. We are standing up for the underrepresented, ensuring our rural small businesses are not left behind in America. We're promoting the accountability and oversight needed to support the backbone of our economy. And I ask for your vote for transparency, responsibility, and the success of our rural small business owners. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas.
We reserve.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are powerful drivers of economic growth across the United States, employing 46% of the workforce and generating 2/3 of new jobs. In rural areas, self-employment tends to be higher than in urban and suburban areas, but the challenges they face are much greater. Rural small businesses have a harder time securing affordable capital, finding talented workers, and making ends meet. Administrator Guzman is increasing SBA's commitment to rural America by appointing a new director to the office and improving the outreach and engagement with rural small businesses. She recognizes the importance of ensuring rural small businesses have access to SBA vital programs. With this type of assistance, rural small businesses can thrive and, in turn, create good-paying jobs and lift up communities. Again, I thank Mr. Alford, Mr. Pappas, and Mr. Golden for their leadership on this issue, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation brought to us by Mr. Pappas, Mr. Golden, and Mr. Alford. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5265 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6591, the Encouraging Success Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 310, H.R. 6591. A bill to amend Section 8A of the Small Business Act to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to regularly reassess the asset and net worth thresholds for qualifying as an economically disadvantaged individual and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6591, the Encouraging Success Act, sponsored by my good friend, Representative Ellzey, from the great state of Texas. The 8A program allows certain small businesses to compete for valuable contracting opportunities. However, SBA regulations threaten to remove the participating firms if the owner reaches certain financial thresholds. While these thresholds are necessary to ensure that only true small businesses are utilizing this program, it can force some small business owners to make a tough decision. Proactively stop expanding your business so you can stay in the program, or grow outside the limits set by the SBA and get kicked out of the program. I spoke with a female veteran in my district that was facing this exact issue. The bill doesn't solve all the issues in this program, but it requires the SBA to reassess the 8A asset threshold cap every 4 years, ensuring it is in line with market realities. I urge my colleagues to vote for H.R. 6591, the Encouraging Success Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Ellzey and Tenedor, for their work on this bill, the Encouraging Success Act. The 8A program is one of the most effective tools for minority business owners to get their foot in the door of the federal marketplace. The program is critical for entrepreneurs who have faced discrimination. This bill requires the SBA to regularly assess and, when necessary, update the economic threshold for program participation. I share the sponsors' concerns that the lack of reassessment or readjustment can penalize growth, and that a regular assessment will ensure that the program keeps pace with changing economic environments. Mr. Speaker, the National Minority Supplier Development Council has said that this legislation will enhance the effectiveness of SBA programs, including the STEAM 8A program, ensuring they continue to serve as powerful catalysts for community wealth building and inclusive economic development. The 8A program remains a win-win for the government and for communities across the country. It has led to a more diverse federal market and supply chain, provide billions of dollars annually through streamlined contracting processes for minority business owners, and continues to work to help minority business owners overcome the real and ongoing discrimination that will otherwise hold them back. Keeping 8A intact and relevant must remain a top priority. I appreciate the sponsors for their work, and I reserve the balance of my time.
And from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Ellzey from the great state of Texas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez, for allowing me to lay out H.R. 6591, the Encouraging Success Act. And bipartisanship on this committee is alive and well. And I'd like to thank Congressman Tenedor for joining me on this bill. The Small Business Administration's 8A program was established in the 1970s to help small businesses compete with large corporations for U.S. government contracts. A qualifying small business can only be a part of the program for 9 years. To initially qualify and remain in the 8A program, there's a cap to the value of a small business's assets. Since the program's inception, the asset cap has only been raised twice and is currently at the very small amount of $6.5 million. The asset threshold is set through SBA-determined regulation, and the law does not outline any process of when or how the SBA should reassess the threshold to remain in line with market changes. Unfortunately, because the requirements to initially qualify for the program or to remain in it haven't kept up with market changes, the cap is set to a level at which a small business is disadvantaged to compete in the open market at the end of the 9-year program. The SBA's slow-to-change attitude with the asset cap can limit the success of an 8A small business or outright kill it. With the threat of being graduated out of the 8A program, small business owners must decide whether their firm's growth is worth being removed from the program. Our bill, H.R. 6591, helps solve this situation and encourages success of small businesses by compelling the SBA administrator to review the qualification caps with greater frequency to ensure that small businesses participating in the 8A program are allowed to grow big enough to compete with larger companies once their participation in the program ends. We ask for your support for H.R. 6591. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
We reserve.
Texas is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I appreciate the great work of my colleagues on this bill. I will close by noting that 3 weeks ago, the committee held a hearing on small business size standards and contracting policies and the barriers they can pose to growth. As we discussed, the federal government needs to both recruit and retain small business government contractors. We are seeing that retaining small firms like those in the 8A program is a necessity for the health of the industrial base. This bill will contribute to the retention of growing small businesses. It is a productive step designed to ensure that minority business owners can succeed, thrive, and grow in the federal marketplace and beyond. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation from Congressman Ellzey and Tranador, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6591 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5426, a bill to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to provide a link to resources for submitting reports on suspected fraud relating to certain COVID-19 loans.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 179, H.R. 5426, a bill to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to provide a link to resources for submitting reports on suspected fraud relating to certain COVID-19 loans.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5426, a bill to require the SBA's administrator to place a visible link on their website to report COVID fraud. Last summer, the SBA's Inspector General testified to our committee that throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the SBA distributed more than $200 billion in potentially fraudulent loans. The committee was also told that in order to work through all these cases, it will take more than 100 years of work. That is simply not a realistic feat, and they need all the help they can get from the American people. Reporting fraud in the SBA should be easy for everyday Americans to do. Our committee now has a direct fraud reporting link on our website, and the SBA should do the same. When our committee was researching the need for this bill, we found that the only link to report COVID fraud redirected users to a different website that was in Spanish. Even after we figured out how to correct the language, it was unclear how to actually report the fraud. This bill will ensure that reporting fraud is simply one click away. It should be a top priority of this body to recoup as many of these taxpayers' dollars as possible and in the most timely and efficient manner possible. H.R. 5426 is a common-sense bill that will help individuals easily report suspected fraudulent activity and help the SBA and the OIG prioritize which potentially fraudulent loans to investigate. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today, we are considering H.R. 5426, which will require the SBA to put a link to the IG's fraud hotline on its website for whistleblowers to report suspected fraud. The good news is that the Biden administration, SBA, already has a link to the OIG's hotline on its main landing page, but with this bill, it will be here to stay. In July, Inspector General Ware testified that this office has received 250,000 hotline complaints since the beginning of the pandemic, and more than 90,000 have been identified as actionable. This amounts to more than 100 years of investigative casework. To that end, the single most important action we can take to support the OIG is to make sure we give them the resources they need to investigate bad actors. With that said, I appreciate the efforts of Ms. Van Dyne and Mr. Landsman to curb fraud, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The later reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to Ms. Van Dyne from the great state of Texas.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your support of this legislation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Small Business Administration oversaw what's been described as, quote, the biggest fraud in a generation, doling out more than $200 billion to scammers, foreign crime rings, and others who took advantage of a pandemic to enrich themselves. According to the Justice Department Inspector General Michael Horowitz, the SBA invited this fraud by failing to implement basic safeguards to ensure taxpayer funds were going to the right people. Some of the pandemic aid even went to people involved in transnational crime organizations. When government mandates forced small businesses to close their doors, some resulting in permanent closures, fraudsters were out taking expensive vacations, buying Lamborghinis, mansions, private jets, horses, luxury jewelry, and more, all at the taxpayer's dime. While we work to recover the stolen funds, those criminals must be identified and prosecuted. The Small Business Administration not only failed to implement safeguards to prevent fraud of this scope, but they also failed to comply with the law originally authorizing the aid, which required the agency include an easily accessible link for the public to report suspected fraud. Instead, the SBA has ignored legal requirements and made it incredibly difficult to report fraud. As my colleagues and I highlighted during a hearing last year, if you were even able to locate the SBA's link to report fraudulent COVID-19 loans, which were buried in their website, where did it take you? As our chairman noted, it took you to a different website that was written entirely in Spanish. The Republican-led Small Business Committee has created a direct link for Americans to easily report pandemic fraud, and the Small Business Administration must do the same. I urge my colleagues to support our bipartisan legislation to make it easier to report pandemic fraud, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, this committee has played an important role in examining the pandemic relief programs, which helped millions of small businesses stay afloat in unprecedented times. While there may be disagreement on the actual estimates of fraud, it is clear we need to work together to protect the integrity of SBA programs from bad actors. The SBA, under the leadership of Administrator Guzman, has taken strong steps to root out fraud in the pandemic relief programs and put strong controls in place to prevent future fraud. In 2022, SBA established a fraud risk management board, aligning its practices with GAO's oversight policies. A new role was also created, the SBA Special Counsel for Enterprise Risk, to advise the administrator on fraud and risk management activities. And the agency continues to work collaboratively with the SBA Inspector General, the Interagency COVID-19 Fraud Enforcement Task Force, and the Department of Justice to recover stolen funds. I thank Ms. Van Dyne and Mr. Landsman for looking for ways to enhance the work that the SBA is undertaking to combat fraud, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation from Congresswoman Van Dyne and Landsman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5426? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being...
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present. Make it a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128, the WASB Integrity Act of 2024.
Without objection. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 313, H.R. 7128. A bill to establish requirements relating to size standard compliance of small business concerns owned and controlled by women for certain purposes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7128, the WASB Integrity Act of 2024, sponsored by Representative Malloy from the great state of Utah. The WASB Integrity Act removes self-certification of size from the contracting program that is reserved for women-owned small businesses. It is vital that there are programs to help small business owners access federal contracting opportunities. That is where the Small Business Administration's Women-Owned Small Business Program, also known as WASB, comes in. This program allows women entrepreneurs to compete for unique contracting opportunities. Unfortunately, the federal government currently does not independently verify that these businesses are truly a small business or small businesses, and firms can simply self-certify themselves as a small business, potentially leading to misrepresentation and fraud to obtain contracting opportunities. It is vital that women-owned entrepreneurs who participate in the WASB program do not have to worry that their competitors misrepresented themselves as a small business. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7128, the WASB Integrity Act of 2024, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representative Malloy and Skolton, for their work on this bill. Since its inception, the WASB program and the administration of the program have been a challenge for SBA. Similarly, federal agencies have faced challenges using the authorities that Congress has put in place to streamline contracting with women-owned small businesses. While working to boost participation of WASBs and enhancing the use of these authorities, Congress must also advance initiatives that are designed to protect the integrity of the program. One issue we are addressing today is the Inspector General's report that states there is a discrepancy in SBA's implementation of the program. The purpose of this bill is to align SBA processes with the IG's report and to clarify that we expect SBA to have a process similar to the other socio-economic contracting programs for WASB certifications. Again, I appreciate my colleagues for their work on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume. Ms. Malloy from the great state of Utah.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez. I rise today in support of my bill, the Women-Owned Small Business Integrity Act of 2024, or the WASB Integrity Act of 2024. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that the businesses that are taking advantage of the WASB program are in fact small businesses. They're certifying that they're women-owned, but they're self-certifying that they're small. And the SBA Inspector General found that there's room for fraud in this program. So this is simply a common-sense solution to close a loophole, to make sure that this program is serving the purpose it was intended to serve, which is giving an opportunity for women-owned small businesses to compete in federal contracting. It encourages fair competition, levels the playing field in government contracting, and ensures that opportunities are awarded justly and contribute to a competitive small business sector. We have a goal of awarding 5% of government contracts to women-owned small businesses. We have no way of knowing how well we're doing in meeting that goal if we don't have any way of certifying that these WOSBs are in fact small businesses. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Prepare to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this legislation, and I thank Ms. Malloy and Ms. Colton for this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation from Congressman Malloy and Skolton, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. Purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7102, the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7102, a bill to establish an Office of Native American Affairs within the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7102, the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act, introduced by Representatives Davids of Kansas and Crane of Arizona. This bill will codify the Office of Native American Affairs into law, which has been providing services like counseling, training, and tribal consultations for many years. Additionally, this bill installs specific reporting requirements from the office, and if we are going to be spending taxpayer dollars providing a service, it is critical we understand how effective the services are being performed. This bill will not appropriate any additional funds or expand government in any way, but it will provide Congress with better oversight and performance metrics to ensure that this office is performing to its fullest extent. Native American entrepreneurs, tribal-owned corporations, and Native American small businesses are vital to their local economics. I want to thank Representative Davids and Representative Crane for their work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7102. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that we're considering H.R. 7102, the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act. Let me begin by commending Ms. Davids for her leadership and bipartisanship efforts to codify the Office of Native American Affairs at SBA. She is a valued member of the Small Business Committee and has remained committed to working with stakeholders to make this bill a reality. The office has been a tremendous resource for American Indians, Alaskan Natives, and Native Hawaiians seeking to launch and grow their small businesses. Throughout the year, it engages in several outreach activities, including tribal consultations, development and distribution of promotional materials, and participation in national economic development conferences. Codifying the office will ensure that tribal small businesses have access to SBA's full range of business development tools, regardless of the administration. Importantly, the legislation requires that the assistant administrator report directly to the administrator, ensuring the voices of the tribal communities will be heard at SBA. I also thank Mr. Crane for joining Ms. Davis in her efforts and strongly support this legislation. I urge members to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Crane from the great state of Arizona.
Chairman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to co-introduce this legislation to officially establish the offices of Native American Affairs at the Small Business Administration. Thank you, Representative David, for your leadership on the issue. I'm proud to represent over half of Arizona's tribes. Something I hear often is there's a need for economic growth and opportunity. Tribal entrepreneurs who run businesses on reservations face complex hurdles when it comes to understanding tax implications, property rights, regulatory burdens, and lending. Tribal entrepreneurs should have the ability to access SBA's programs just like anyone else. But in reality, these communities do not experience adequate access or outreach. Most importantly, they need specialized expertise to assist them in navigating the unique complexities of running a business on a reservation, complexities mostly created by us, the federal government. Economic development in our tribal communities is crucial. I'm hopeful that establishing the Office of Native American Affairs into statute will bring attention to resources the Small Business Administration can provide to tribal business owners and encourage the office to continue developing new methods for outreach to ensure that tribal businesses are not overlooked. This bill will also ensure that Congress can practice proper oversight of the office's activities and effectiveness going forward. I would encourage representatives from this office to come out and visit tribal communities in my district and begin a dialogue with small business owners who may be unaware that this office even exists. Doing so will allow the Office of Native American Affairs to adjust and enhance their programs so they can best serve tribal small business owners. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davis.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for yielding. It's no secret that our nation's entrepreneurs face challenges in starting and operating small businesses. Finding a skilled workforce, establishing an effective online presence, building a customer base, these hurdles are common to all small business owners. However, our Native American small business owners face these challenges in a more severe way. Today, I want to highlight a few reasons for that disparity. First, Native Americans are twice as likely to live in poverty as compared to other Americans. This significantly impacts their ability to use savings and assets to fund their small business, to access credit, and to take on the risk of entrepreneurship. Second, these business owners face geographical barriers with longer distances for supply deliveries and a lack of reliable broadband and telephone service. These physical obstacles make networking, finding mentors, and reaching out to a consumer base a bit more difficult, ultimately reducing their chances of success. And third, Native Americans who are entrepreneurs often face greater hurdles in attracting private investment and accessing federal contracting opportunities. Addressing these challenges is crucial to leveling the playing field for tribal small business communities and bolstering our overall economy. Currently, the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Native American Affairs works diligently to connect Native business owners with entrepreneurial development, lending, and procurement programs. However, the absence of a congressional mandate for this office limits its capacity and leaves it vulnerable to changes from one administration to the next. That's why we really need to pass this Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act. This bill would codify the SBA's Office of Native American Affairs into federal law, establishing an assistant administrator role to oversee operations and report directly to SBA leadership. It would also require the office to report to Congress on its successes in Indian country. Native-owned businesses employ over 300,000 Americans and are vital drivers of our national economy. These tribal businesses deserve a seat at the table to advocate not only for the challenges that I mentioned earlier, but also the successes and achievements that they have. I want to thank Congressman Crane, my Republican colleague and co-lead on this, for his partnership in introducing this bill. And I urge members on both sides of the aisle to stand united in support of this crucial piece of legislation and vote in favor favor of successful entrepreneurship in tribal communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Native American-owned businesses are powerful economic engines, contributing over $33 billion to the U.S. economy every year and employing more than 200,000 people in their communities. By enhancing the Office of Native American Affairs, SBA will be able to work on behalf of Indian country and better target federal resources to Indian tribes. I once again thank Representatives Davis and Crane for their bipartisan work to provide assistance to these critically important businesses and entrepreneurs. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation brought to us by Congresswoman David and Congressman Crane, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7102? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the nays and yeas?
Yes.
The gentleman does request a recorded vote. The nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
That's it.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code 1701 et sec, IEEPA, the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1601 et sec, and Section 301 of Title III, United States Code, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order that expands the scope of the national emergency, declare an Executive Order 13873 of May 15, 2019, securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain, and further addressed with additional measures an Executive Order 14034 of June 9, 2021, protecting Americans' sensitive data from foreign adversaries. The continuing effort of certain countries of concern to access Americans' sensitive personal data and United States government-related data constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Access to Americans' bulk sensitive personal data or United States government-related data increases the ability of countries of concern to engage in a wide range of malicious activities, including espionage, influence, kinetic, or cyber operations, or to identify other potential strategic advantages over the United States. To address this threat and to take further steps with respect to the national emergency, declare an Executive Order 13873. The order authorized the Attorney General, in coordination with the Secretary of Homeland Security, and in consultation with the heads of relevant agencies, to issue, subject to public notice and comment, regulations to prohibit or otherwise restrict the large-scale transfer of Americans' personal data to countries of concern and to provide for safeguards around other activities that can give those countries access to sensitive data. Section 2B of the order authorizes the Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of relevant agencies, to take such actions, including the promulgation of rules and regulations, and to employ all other powers granted to the President by IEEPA as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purpose of the order. In addition, Section 2D of the order authorizes the Secretary of Homeland Security, acting through the Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, in coordination with the Attorney General and in consultation with the heads of relevant agencies, to propose, seek public comment on, and publish security requirements that address the unacceptable risk posed by restricted transactions as identified by the Attorney General. Section 2E of the order authorizes the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Attorney General, to take such actions, including promulgating rules, regulations, standards, and requirements, issuing interpretive guidance, and employing all other powers granted to the President by IEEPA as may be necessary to carry out the purpose described in Section 2D of the order. I am enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, February 28, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6544 and H.R. 4984. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6544 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6544, a bill to advance the benefits of nuclear energy by enabling efficient, timely, and predictable licensing, regulation, and deployment of nuclear energy technologies and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 36. One is recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker.
House will be in order. Shh.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Kristen Zabrowski-Stavisky and Mr. Raymond J. Riley III, Co-Executive Directors, New York State Board of Elections, indicating that, according to the unofficial results for the special election held on February 13, 2024, the Honorable Thomas R. Suozzi was elected for Representative to Congress for the 3rd Congressional District of New York. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from New York, the Honorable Thomas R. Suozzi, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection. Will Representative-elect Suozzi and members of the New York delegation present themselves in the well? Shh. Will all members rise and the representative-elect please raise his right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations. Welcome back. You are now a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, as Dean of the New York delegation, it is my distinct honor to rise today to welcome our good friend, Congressman Tom Suozzi, back to the People's House. The people of New York's 3rd Congressional District have elected a representative with the experience, character, and commitment to solve problems confronting everyday Americans and deliver for his constituents. Tom is also a great family man. He's a devoted father, husband, and public servant who upholds the values instilled in him by his family. He has devoted most of his adult life to public service, first as the mayor of his hometown, Glen Cove, for 8 years, then as the county executive of Nassau County for 8 years, before serving as a United States Congressman for 6 years. From working tirelessly to secure investments for the Northport VA Medical Center in Long Island, to helping secure billions in federal support for New York in pandemic relief and infrastructure funding, Tom's outstanding record in Congress speaks for itself. Tom loves New York, he loves his country, and his love for public service runs deep. He's the kind of person we need serving in this House at this moment, and it gives me great pleasure to reintroduce him as our colleague, the gentleman from New York, Tom Suozzi, and I now yield to Mr. Suozzi.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Jerry, and the New York delegation, all my colleagues, all my friends and supporters that are here tonight. Mr. Speaker, I never thought I'd be back here. But the Lord works in mysterious ways. And God made a way when there was no way. I thank God for blessing me with this great responsibility, and I thank God for my best friend and partner for 30 years, my wife, Helene. She hates that. Mr. Speaker, on the night of my election victory, I promised the people of Long Island and Queens I would deliver a simple message to this chamber. Wake up. The people are sick and tired of the finger pointing and the petty partisan bickering. They want us to work together. Together. They want you guys to work together, too. What are you doing? You're supposed to be clapping for that. I know there are so many good people in this chamber on both sides of the aisle. But people are worried about the cost of living. They're worried about the chaos at the border. They're worried about Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine. They look to Congress, and what do they see? The extremists get all the attention. We're letting ourselves be bullied by our base. We aren't getting anything done. We need less chaos and more common sense. The last few months, I've talked with Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and they all ask the same thing. What about me? What are you doing for me? Enough with the theater and the drama. Enough with the hyperbole and the histrionics. Enough with the shutdowns and the put-downs. The people aren't paying us to make things worse. The people pay us to be in the solutions business. Mr. Speaker, you and I came to Congress together in 2017. I remember when you founded the Honor and Civility Caucus. You said at the time it was to restore collegiality and encourage productive dialogue. Sign me up. Sign me up right away. Mr. Speaker, I know you believe in collegiality and productive dialogue. We need more of that, and less of the hot air fanning the flames of anger that happens much too often in our country these days. But, Mr. Speaker, after my recent election, you said something I must gently take exception to. You said Tom Suozzi ran like a Republican. Now, I know you meant that as a compliment. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. But more important, like you, Mr. Speaker, and the men and women in this chamber, I am a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool American. Like any patriot of the greatest country on earth, I'm willing to compromise to try and solve problems, like the chaos at the border. The bipartisan Senate bill doesn't have everything I wanted. I believe that Dreamers and TPS recipients should be granted a pathway to citizenship. And millions of others should have a path to legalization. But I will support a bipartisan compromise, because to not do so will keep the border open, will endanger peace in Israel, and will empower Vladimir Putin. I know compromise is hard in this town, Mr. Speaker, but bring a bipartisan compromise to the floor, and I guarantee it will pass. All of the issues we face in this country are complicated, every single one of them. And you can't solve anything in an environment of fear and anger. We can't fix them with a tweet or a press conference or even a speech. I know many of you in this chamber. I know a whole lot of you. You're inspired to do this work because of the command, love thy neighbor. Let's actually do that. Let's do the hard work and get back to the solutions business. Sadly, many of the people in America believe Democrats and Republicans can't work together. They've told me, Tom, wake up. You've got to face the real world. But the real world is not something we must simply face. The real world is something that we as free men and women actively create. We make the real world. I love this country. My father came here from Italy as a young boy, was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross during World War II, and he went to Harvard Law School on the GI Bill. It's hard to imagine today, but he faced rampant discrimination as an Italian immigrant, and no one would hire him, even though he went to Harvard. So he started his own law firm. And at 28 years old, he ran for city court judge and became the youngest judge in the history of New York State. What a country. My father lived a great American success story like many of the stories in this room. And I'll do everything I can to honor my father's legacy. More important, I'll do everything I can to honor this nation's legacy. We all know what politics has become. Let's think about what it could be. While I may be the only one being sworn in today, what if we all see this as a fresh start? What if we all took this chance to break some of our bad habits? What if today we remembered why we ran for office in the first place? Let's get back into the solutions business. God bless the men and women of this chamber. God bless the important work we do. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentleman from New York, the whole number of the House is now 432. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4984 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4984, a bill to amend the District of Columbia Stadium Act of 1957 to provide for the transfer of administrative jurisdiction over the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus to the Administrator of General Services and the leasing of the campus to the District of Columbia for purposes which include commercial and residential development and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 348, the nays are 55, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we, the Georgia delegation, rise tonight to honor the life and legacy of Laken Riley, who was murdered last week in Athens, Georgia, on the campus of the University of Georgia. Allow me to share a few words about Laken directly from her parents. Laken was an amazing daughter, sister, and friend. She was selfless, lived to be an example for others, and was a dedicated servant of her community from a young age. Laken's servant heart came from her love for our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who guided her steps and shaped the way she lived. Her faith informed her decision to enter the nursing program at Augusta University, where she joined the AKO sorority and made countless friends who loved her and miss her dearly. I'll conclude with this message to Laken from her mom and dad. Rest in peace, our angel. We look forward to seeing you again one day in heaven. Until then, we'll do our best to make you proud. God help us. Now I'd like to recognize Congressman Barry Loudermilk, who represents Laken's family here in the House, for remarks.
Thank you to my colleague for taking this moment to recognize the life of Laken Hope Riley. Mr. Speaker, parents and communities across the state of Georgia are extremely shocked, heartbroken, and outraged about the murder of Laken Hope Riley. She was only 22 years old. She had a lot of life before her. But we should also focus mostly on the life and the legacy that she lived in her short time here. She was a nursing student from Woodstock, Georgia. But her tragic death has devastated our community and set shockwaves across the state. Our prayers are with Laken's family and friends as they begin to navigate this tremendously difficult time. But it's clear from her parents that Laken was a special young lady who went out of her way to make everyone feel special and part of her family. She was a gifted and exemplary student, a talented athlete, and the light of her family and community. Her parents described her character and her loving nature this way. She knew when to listen. She knew when to speak. She knew when to give you some tough love, and she knew when you needed a hug. She will forever be our loving oldest daughter and the best big sister and role model a parent could ask for. We will not rest until we ensure justice for her and her family. Colleagues, will you please join us in a moment of silence for Laken Hope Riley, a wonderful young woman taken from her family and this world much too soon. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Okay.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 89 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 89, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony as part of the commemoration of the Days of Remembrance of Victims of the Holocaust.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of House Resolution 7056.
So ordered. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 7298.
So ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1634, a bill originally introduced by Representative Johnson of Ohio for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Private Charles D. Staley, an American hero who served during the Korean War. Private Staley was born in Knoxville, Tennessee, and moved to Blount County in the 6th grade. His family owned and operated Marable Monuments, which played a large role in placing many veterans' headstones and markers throughout the county. Private Staley was also drafted in the Army on May 11, 1953. He served his country with honor and an unfailing sense of duty as a military policeman at Fort Jackson. Private Staley volunteered for overseas duty in March 1954, where he served behind the Iron Curtain during the Berlin crisis. He was discharged from the Army on April 30, 1955. He then served as the Blount County Veteran Service Officer for 30 years, Mr. Speaker. During that time, Private Staley demonstrated incredible professionalism and integrity. He has won the respect and admiration of his colleagues, his fellow veterans, and people all over our community. It's my honor to recognize Private Charles Staley as the Tennessee 2nd District February 2024 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the continued Republican leadership crisis. Here we go again. 2 days away from a government shutdown due to a lack of funding. Republican leadership is so poor that it can only achieve stopgap funding measures. There is no long-term solution because MAGA Republicans have no long-term goals. And they have no long-term goals because there is no long-term vision to a better country. They do not see how a lack of humanitarian care for innocent Palestinian families causes more instability and extremism in the Middle East. They do not understand how a lack of funding for the Ukraine creates more political and economic instability across the globe. They deny that their rejection of an incredibly popular border security bill allows more fentanyl and illegal drugs to threaten the Americans' people, communities. They do not see because they do not care. And with that,
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Biden took office, there have been nearly 10 million illegal aliens entering America, with over 340 on the terrorist watch list. Sadly, this includes thousands of unaccompanied military-age young men from dictatorships, as confirmed last night by Senator Marco Rubio with Sean Hannity. Last month, I joined with Speaker Mike Johnson at Eagle Pass, Texas, and witnessed the madness. It's intentional irresponsibility thinking potential mass murderers will be low-information voters for a permanent one-party Democrat big government. as violent criminals cross to murder more Americans on our streets. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce the laws that we have. Biden shamefully opened borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. War criminal Putin will face trial for the assassination of Alexei Navalny. His widow, Yulia, is a hero for the oppressed people of Russia.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of intense fighting on the front line, a Ukrainian soldier's leg was blown off. However, he lived to share his story with me, as now he uses a prosthetic leg to stand. February 24th marked 2 years that Ukraine has successfully resisted Russia's unprovoked invasion. During my recent visit to war-torn Ukraine, I witnessed the undeniable resilience of its people. While Ukrainian soldiers have given so much, including life and limbs, much like this soldier, we must not ignore their urgent plea for assistance to finish the fight. Democracies around the world look to us, and the eyes of the world are on us, including Putin's. Ukrainians are fighting tirelessly on the front lines, not just for their nation, but for democracy. In the face of these threats, the time to act is now. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mark Burns, who recently received the Lifetime Aviation Industry Leader Award. The Living Legends of Aviation Awards was founded in 2003 by the Kitty Hawk Air Academy to recognize notable individuals who contributed to the aviation industry. Customer support. While President Burns has guided Gulfstream during a time of rapid growth, innovation, and investment. Additionally, Burns sits on the board of directors for the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, Georgia Power, and the Corporate Angel. He is a board member of the National Air and Space Museum, and he is a member of the National Committee for the Performing Arts, amongst others. Burns is also a proud alumnus of Georgia Southern University, where he received his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, and from there built a career worth applause and appreciation by Georgia residents. Congratulations, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, we knew extreme MAGA Republicans wouldn't stop with attacking abortion rights. We knew they would come for birth control. So I introduced the Right to Contraception Act to codify the right to use all forms of FDA-approved birth control. We also knew they would come for IVF. And last week, the Alabama Supreme Court decided frozen embryos are children, forcing clinics in Alabama to stop IVF treatments. Republicans are now scrambling to claim they support contraception and IVF. But actions speak louder than words. 195 House Republicans voted against my bill to protect the right to contraception. And over 120 Republicans co-sponsored the Life at Conception Act, a bill that uses the same reasoning as the Alabama court, that includes no protection for IVF or birth control, and would decimate IVF and abortion access nationwide. Earlier today, Senate Republicans blocked a bill to protect the right to access IVF. They don't care about protecting reproductive rights.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Women's bodies.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pennsylvania 15th Native Command Sergeant Corey M. Bell for his service to the United States of America. Command Sergeant Bell is retiring as a Master Sergeant after 24 years serving in the United States Army. Raised in Eldred, McKean County, Pennsylvania, enlisted in the Army on August 24, 2000. After completing his one-station unit training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, he became a 12B combat engineer. Over the next 24 years, Command Sergeant Bell's service took him around the United States and the world in a variety of posts and positions. He's currently serving in the 3rd 393rd Brigade Engineer Battalion at Fort Cavosus, Texas. Regardless of location, Command Sergeant Bell consistently provided leadership and guidance to his fellow soldiers. Following his retirement, he'll return to Kane, Pennsylvania with his loving wife, Christian, and three daughters. Command Sergeant Bell, we owe a sincere debt of gratitude for your sacrifice, dedication, and courage to our country. On behalf of Grateful Nation, thank you for your service to the United States of America. Your dedication to our country is admirable. Enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the floor of the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Recently, Speaker Johnson and most House Republicans co-sponsored a bill that could ban IVF nationwide and criminalize reproductive health care. The Alabama Supreme Court's anti-IVF ruling is consistent with these extreme attempts to steal women's freedom to decide when, how, and if to have a family. Trump and the MAGA extremists want a federal abortion ban. Packing the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade wasn't enough for them. Every state law and constitutional amendment protecting women's reproductive freedoms, from New Mexico to Kansas to Ohio, could be overturned if Donald Trump and Republicans win in 2024. Criminalizing pregnancies, outlawing IVF and birth control, forcing pregnancies on children who've been raped. That's the nightmare we face unless women and those that love them act now to defeat this extremism. Women need health care, not handcuffs. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nuclear energy development has made tremendous strides to become one of the most carbon-free, safe, and reliable sources of energy. Beyond powering cities, the nuclear industry provides jobs to Americans and fuels the economy. For example, the Idaho National Laboratory in my home state of Idaho is a major economic driver, bringing an economic impact of nearly $4 billion just last year. The Atomic Energy Advancement Act provides a clear pathway for industry leaders such as INL to continue the production of affordable and sustainable energy by removing barriers that hinder the development of nuclear power, unleashing the full potential of our domestic nuclear industry, taking away the need to rely on foreign adversaries. This legislation will streamline the licensing process, accelerate the development of nuclear power, and expedite the regulatory process for advanced reactors while building the nuclear workforce at the NRC. For this and many other reasons, I voted in support of H.R. 6544 to bolster our energy security and drive innovation through the atomic energy industry. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise and ask for unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the only meteorologist in Congress, I rise today to honor one of the best in the history of local television, Tom Skilling of Chicago's very own WGN News. He retires tonight after 45 years in Chicago tracking storms, blizzards, and tornadoes. But it wasn't just being a trusted resource on television. He mentored hundreds of interns, setting the bar high for generations of local meteorologists now serving all over the country. For more than 20 years, I've known Tom to be a man of intense character with no limit to his focus on perfecting the craft of analyzing, forecasting, and communicating. I would not be standing here today sharing the belief that we're all just neighbors, one another, experiencing the same crazy weather together. As the kids say, he's the GOAT. And I'm so proud to stand here and wish my friend the best in his retirement. Tom, you're the greatest. I yield back.
For what purposes does a man from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize an individual who has been a beacon of service and a steadfast advocate for those in need, John Murphy. John's service began in the Marine Corps before he ran for county legislator and served there for over 40 years. John has also committed himself to helping veterans and the developmentally disabled community, serving on the board of Camp Venture in support of the Venture Foundation for over 40 years as well. His work in this space led to many services being provided for the IDD community in the Hudson Valley, and his efforts remind us that the true measure of a society is found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. In late 2023, John's other venture, Homes for Heroes, unveiled its new Phase 2 residences at Camp Shanks. This organization, headed by John, houses homeless veterans, something all of us in this body must continue to focus on. I applaud John Murphy, a true hero for our heroes, for his decades of service and his undying commitment to improving lives. John, your legacy is built on the lives you've changed and the futures you've secured. Thank you for your service.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in Ukraine, the real battle for liberty grinds on. Vladimir Putin dines on caviar, while Speaker Johnson and his majority House conference paralyze our nation. They refuse to bring up the Senate aid bill to provide Ukraine ammunition. The Speaker pretends Congress won't fix our southern border, so we shouldn't arm Ukraine's freedom fighters. Fixing our southern border requires Congress to vote for the funds to secure it. Yet the Speaker refuses to bring up border funding while Ukraine's soldiers face the third largest military in the world. Courageous freedom champion Alexei Navalny was tortured and imprisoned by Putin because he wanted a free nation. He was killed in a bitter, frigid, Arctic prison colony. What an awesome, heroic son of liberty for the future of his countrymen and women. He died for liberty. Meanwhile, this House is paralyzed for shame. History will render harsh judgments against those elected officials who do not stand up for liberty at its time of severe testing on a continent where 500,000, 500,000 American soldiers died in the last century so that our generation could be free. Mr. Speaker, bring up the Senate bill. Stand tall for liberty. Don't shrink from it. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek to unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of an extraordinary serviceman from my district, my hometown, Jack Popeye Bodner, who passed away at the age of 102 years old. Mr. Speaker, Jack was a well-accomplished member of the United States Navy, having earned the European Theater Medal with 4 stars, the Good Conduct Medal, and the World War II Victory Medal. 3 years ago, our office had the honor to present Jack with his Combat Action Ribbon for his courageous service during World War II. Jack enlisted with the U.S. Navy shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He served our nation across the globe. He was involved in several military operations, such as the Battle of Gela, the landing in Salerno, Italy, and the landing at Omaha Beach on D-Day in the U.S. Navy amphibious landing crafts. Mr. Speaker, his service abroad garnered him the status of Knight within the Legion of Honor, the highest decoration given by the Honorary Consul of France in recognition for his contribution to the liberation of France. May Jack Bodner's memory inspire all of us to strive towards courage and remind us all of the heroes living amongst us. And may God bless him and his family. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Timmonsville, South Carolina native and American legend Cale Yarborough. The NASCAR Hall of Famer started racing in Darlington at the Soapbox Derby. From there, he went on to win 83 Cup races and became the sport's first driver to win 3 consecutive championships. Cale's legacy is reflected not only in his record-breaking career, but also his role in popularizing NASCAR. When Cale Yarborough was racing, America was watching. Following his decorated career, Cale bought and operated a racing team of his own. He also served the PD community in South Carolina on the Florence County Council. We mourn the loss of a true legend, but we remember and celebrate a life that was well lived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask, make unanimous request to speak for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Sometime in the next month, there is going to be finally a serious debate on the number of people streaming across our border. It may be over an appropriation bill, it may be over an aid bill to the Ukraine. And there are going to be a lot of people who will say there are other issues more important to this. Just wait a little longer to solve the problem at the border. We have waited for 3 years to do something at the border as the Biden administration has watched the number of people who cross the border every month go from 10 to 20,000 to 370,000 people. That's unacceptable. We had testimony in my subcommittee last week that the people who are coming across the border are 3.5 to 4 times as likely to commit a crime as the native-born. And we saw tragedy in Atlanta just on that topic. We know very well, if you talk to people, with all these people streaming across here, they have to live somewhere and are partly responsible for the increase in rental costs that we have across our country. We don't want to shut down the government. We don't want to say no more aid.
Gentleman's time
but we have
expired.
no choice. If it's not now, when? We've waited 3 years. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Gentleman from the great state of California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, a very somber thought is that we have 3 young ladies that are direct victims of the wide-open Biden border policy. And they're not getting much notoriety for that. They're not getting talked about a whole lot. Kayla Hamilton, 1.5 years ago, taken by an illegal immigrant in this country. Elizabeth Medina, just this last December, somebody had overstayed their visas here illegally. Now, most recently, Laken Riley, who we're starting to hear about a little bit, just a few days ago, taken by illegal immigration. All at the hands of the Biden border policy, which has endangered our citizens and causing them to lose their lives. So what are we going to do about this? What are people doing? Is there protests out there? Is there marches? Is there national outrage? Is there national media coverage? I guess we're trying to do that here a little bit tonight, because the media seems to want to not report this. They want to report other things. They don't seem to care about this issue that is affecting Americans so negatively. So, Laken Riley, Lizbeth, Kayla, we're not forgetting, and we're going to fix this border. These are not migrants. These are illegal immigrant invasion hurting Americans.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to adjourn the House for this evening.
Is the gentleman making a motion for the House to adjourn?
I make the motion that the House do adjourn. Mr.
Questions
Speaker.
on the motion to adjourn? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.